A viewer is never late, nor are they early. They arrive precisely when they need to. Welcome, welcome, mortals. It is I, Carmine Fleckathon, the most cursed and powerful VTuber, he who is cursed under the red moon of fate, and he who wields a demon within his right arm. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. It is I. Welcome, welcome, Russian Bro. Welcome, welcome, AGCraft. Today we're going to be playing some Final Fantasy VIII Ragnarok Mod, as is the usual for today. We only managed to do the missile base last time, so I'm excited to really get into the swing of Disc 2. That's a nice phrase, but I want to be here within the first minute of my Yoshi stream, and I often fail that, so I can't exactly believe it. Welcome, welcome, Waisikari, by the way, welcome, welcome. That is a terrifying emote, I swear. Like, why does Margot have such a dark emote? Like why? It seems way too, like she seems way too nice to have it. But anyway, listen, Russian Bro, you can't, I mean, I understand the urge to, like, you know, always be there for your Oshi streams, but ultimately you can't be, like you can't be everywhere in an instant, you know? People miss things. Coming to terms with that has been, I mean, it's a lifelong journey, basically. Because we all want to go see the things we want to go see, and sometimes we can't or don't, and we just kind of have to pick ourselves up and keep going and try and get to the next thing that is relevant. Life is filled with small disappointments. We can't let them stop us, basically. So thank you for coming to my TED talk. You know, gift bags and merchandise are in the lobby. Please see yourselves out of the auditorium. But yeah, now that I'm done with my speech, my great, encouraging, uplifting shonen protagonist speech, I hope everybody's doing I hope everyone is doing good. I hope everyone's doing good. I mean, I certainly am. It's been a nice weekend. So let's jump into it, shall we? Let's dive in viciously. Can you dive viciously? Can you dive? I mean, I don't really dive at all usually. When I go into the water, I do the coward's way, which is the way that you get taught when you're learning how to swim, which is to like put yourself at the edge of the pool or what have you, and kind of just like put your legs in, and then you slowly lower yourself in with your hands on the edge of the pool. And I mean, it works, but like jumping in is also very fun. Oh, have you guys, oh, mortals, Have you ever done a cannonball? Have you ever done a cannonball, mortals? I haven't done a cannonball in literally my entire adult life, but it is the funnest way to enter a body of water from a height, from any height. you jump, and instead of diving in or anything like that, you in midair you wrap your arms around your knees and turn yourself into a ball like Sonic the Hedgehog, and then you plunge in. And because of how it concentrates your weight in one part of the pool when you enter, there's it makes big waves. It makes big waves. It's very nice. It's very nice. Almost hit my head on the concrete. Jump into a deeper pool, Magicraft. Please don't jump into pools where you're gonna hit your head on the concrete. Please don't do this. Please don't do this. Please, please, please be careful when jumping into pools to ensure that they are of the proper depth. But yeah, let's go to the game. Ba da ba da ba 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 ba. Ba da ba 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 ba. Oh, you slipped a bit. Oh no. Oh no, Meiji. Oh no. Oh dear. I mean nothing's ever truly safe. So fair. Fair. And 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Meiji has just been playing too much Neo and was trying to be freed from this mortal coil. I've never played Neo, so I don't get the reference. But I suppose I'm gonna get used to the combat, considering that that's gonna be Stranger of Paradise combat. I would like to play Neo at one point or another. There really are a lot of Souls-likes out nowadays. I mean, Elden Ring is coming out soon too. Freed from this mortal coil is the "you died" message for this series. Well, that's dark. That's dark. That's a very dark thing to say, but okay. So, time to deal with Balham Garden being in full chaos panic. It's a civil war, mortals, between the headmaster and the garden faculty. You stop. So. Also, Squall does. Did you see the damage on that? How does Squall have so much more strength than Irvine? Irvine has Zells set up. What are they using? Oh, he's using brakes. Okay, hold on. I should swap that out. Junction, Irvine. Wait, just to check, what is... Oh, I have junction to his GFs. Yep, Brothers and Diablos. That's good, that's good, that's good. There we go. Now he'll deal much more damage. So anyway, Anyway. Yeah, there's a lot of Souls games, and the only one that I've actually cleared is Star Wars Fallen Order, I think. It's interesting that it's this big genre that, you know, a lot of people are into that I just haven't played, but I mean, I suppose that applies for a lot of genres. So now to explain what's going on. Are you with the Garden Master or are you with Sid? Fight. We could have just gone up, we could have just played along there, mortals, but I wanted to fight him. Welcome, Clavio, welcome. Oh no. Renoa. No, she's dead. She died as she lived. Completely useless. Thank you, Isikari, for the gift sub to Clavio with the how does the whole paying forward system work? I don't really understand it. But thank you. Oh no. Oh no. Kiraga. I hate sleep. Can I get status defense against sleep, please, Squall? They're doing way too much damage. Pain. I seriously just died there. Fantastic, we're off to a great start. I had a feeling when we went through the missile base previously. Yeah, this mod is not going to pull punches. There will come I think there will come a point where it becomes too difficult to overcome. Yeah, they usually are jokes. Very funny jokes. These are not joke enemies anymore. Okay, so Renoa, you're gonna get all these breaks. Berserk. Okay, now let's do this and actually save. But yeah, no, this is more of a I mean, New Threat was also very difficult compared to base Final Fantasy VII, but I feel like I had more tools to deal with the difficulty than in this, if that makes sense. So far it's just very brutal. Maybe I'm just treating it too much like base Final Fantasy VIII because there's less differences. Dead. Why is it dead? Okay. Draw fire, cast on Caterpillar. Wait, no, that's Irvine, not Renoa. Draw fire, cast Caterpillar. Bum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da-bum. Imagine if you miscasted fire on the bomb. I'd only heal it, which isn't too bad. Okay, Renoa, I want you to cast the biggest ice spell you've got. Which is apparently... Oh, no, we got a Blizzara. Yeah! Welcome, welcome, More They Do. Welcome, welcome. We're just playing a little bit of Final Fantasy VIII Ragnarok. Da, 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 da. Little bomb boys? That is the iconic Final Fantasy enemy bomb. Thank you very much. Oh no. I mean, a win is a win. A win is a win. A win is 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 a win. A win is a win, mortals. A win is a win. But I took 2 steps. I took 2 steps in. Diablos, why do you not have encounter none in this version? I should learn encounter half. I should start learning encounter half right now. But evade junction though, Give it time. Give it time, Carmine. Give it time. Anyway, I need to go buy more tents. Pyrrhic victory. I can't think about the term Pyrrhic victory anymore without thinking of something else. Which is fun. Welcome, welcome, Neka Neka Carmen. Welcome, welcome. Da da da. This will be a regular basic enemy, so it should be fun. Oh wait, no, we are on disc 2. Maybe it'll pack more of a bite. Need a bug exterminated? Shoot it with a shotgun. It's the simplest way. Ba 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 da. Ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 ba da ba da ba 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 ba. This song sounds familiar. Yeah, no, if the world map song, if you talk about the world map song More They Do, that's because it's called Blue Fields. It's from the Final Fantasy VIII soundtrack, and it plays during the Eden raids in Final Fantasy XIV, which is like the only Final Fantasy game you've played, if I recall correctly. You always struggle with figuring out what FF7 and 8's enemies are supposed to look like? Really? Because it seems pretty obvious to me. Like, in FF7, they're obviously, like, low poly count, but they're usually pretty, like, easily readable. And in 8, they've got even more detail. I'm buying 20 tents. Oh, what the heck. Go for 30. You should buy 177 tents. What? Why? Why 177? That's a weird number. They just like look weird masses of things. You only figured out that enemy was a bug after seeing its name. It might be because the screen is a bit smaller to you compared to me. But like... Yeah, I'm not blowing all my money on tents. I'm not that... Listen, I've never been, like, properly camping in the wilderness. I'm not exactly a big tent buyer. But, Maybe Neko Neko Carmen, if it's not the detail, you've just not grown up with the kind of like low detail games. I don't know if that's it, or anything like that, but maybe that's why you can't perceive them as easily. Camping stream with Carmine when? Never. You'll never catch me going outside. That's ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna go buy some other healing items. If they have them. Carmine touching grass? Never. Oh, you bet. That grass stuff, I haven't touched that in a million years. I believe it exists in the outside realm. You hate summer camping, too many bugs. Oh no! If there are bugs involved, we definitely don't want to go camping. Bugs suck. Not all of them, but just in general. I'm very bad with them. I'm bad with insects, mortals. I get freaked out very easily by them. I wonder what will happen if I give Irvine all the zombies that we need. Oh, I also need to top up everyone's cures. Some of these tents will be used for that. Healing mail. So I should have used the zombie powder instead of the holy water. Oh well. Support magic. Shell. Carmine shows you how to use a flint and steel. I've never used a flint and steel. I just set things on fire with my mind. 30 protects. It's a pretty good deal. 10 drains. Let's give Renoa 100 drains, see what she does with them. Give Irvine some scans, just in case. We've got a lot more items now to refine, which is nice. I mean, I guess a camping trip wouldn't be too much, like, too bad if I was with you mortals. 20 breaks. 20 confuses, 20 sleeps. I can turn tents into mega potions. Welcome, welcome, Evelon. Welcome, welcome. High potions. I already got plenty of mega potions. Status recovery medicine. Holy waters and softs and antidotes and echo screens. Fast ammo, normal ammo, dark ammo, demolition ammo. Until we get more missiles, I don't want to use that. Finally, we have magic refine and card mod. Okay, okay, I've gone through all of that. That's fine. We're good. We can get back to it. And this time, hopefully we don't die. I mean, I have been, like, camping. Not, like, proper wilderness camping, but I've gone with, like, Cub Scouts and, I've been to, like, a caravan park and, like, to a tent camp. More when I was a kid, as opposed to now. Was Cub Scouts fun? In its way. In its way. I'm not sure I would wholeheartedly recommend it, but it wasn't half bad. Bam. Oh wait, no, this is bad. I should run. I'll never be able to kill them without setting them off. Just in case. I only have 4 essence, so I'm not getting anything out of that. Okay, we're gonna defend Squall against Sleep. Watch this. I'm so smart. %70 defense. Can you imagine these things being in your city and being casual about it? What things? Like the monsters that are running around? I mean, there's nothing casual about what's happening. It's a full-blown civil war, and I went down in seed rank. Dang it. Dang it. Anyway, I'm still not pledging my allegiance to Garden Master Nor, because he sucks. These people act like they don't exist? I mean, like, everybody that's running to and fro, they're on the side of the monsters, so it's fine. And the people standing still are also on the side of the monsters, so it's fine. The monsters are they're using the monsters as like fodder to try and hunt down Sid, the headmaster. I said the wrong thing! I didn't mean to do that. Oh well. It doesn't actually affect much, if I recall correctly. If there's a bomb, I'm gonna run away. Ba 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 da 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 da. So basically we get to go around the garden, which was like our starting place, and we have to go on the hunt to try and figure out what's going on. To all different kinds of areas. Oh, there's Fujin and Raijin. Fujin and Raijin. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Why does every enemy seed include a bomb? Poor Irvine, he's just gonna stay a statue there forever. Oh, the disciplinary committee are disappointed. You love the reveal of Fujin and Raijin in this game? Reveal? What reveal? We gotta get out of here. Kick to the leg. Yeah, by the way, the whole reason of like, oh, it might be spoilers for those who haven't played, fair point. I think I know what you're talking about then, if it might be spoilers. But I love how we're here to warn about an impending missile attack and everybody's involved in like a civil war. an internal dispute. We're with Cypher. Always have, always will. These are two, listen, these are two people whose loyalty is such that they just, like it doesn't, all other sides, irrelevant, it doesn't matter, they will just follow this one man. They are awesome. But Cypher has sided with the sorceress. Oh no, why do I have to save the game? This wasn't there in the original. Why save game here? I'm suspicious. But everything seems normal, so... I'll fight him. Look at him blowing on their whistles to summon their goons, their monsters. Oh god, what is that? Face the wrath of this monster. We have to beat this if we want to get through to the library. Yeah, I know Ivelon. This is my Ivelon. This is my favorite Final Fantasy, and yes, it's not that he's played by Robin Williams, but he looks like Robin Williams. Welcome, Doc Pestis. Welcome. Weak against poison, 9,240. It's a death claw. Wait, Irvine, why are you paralyzed? Why are you still stoned? Renzoku-ken. It's not enough! I'm going to die. Oh, he didn't. Oh, Irvine got attacked. It's not enough, though. This'll kill me. Still, attacking my petrified ally and dealing 0 damage. That was pretty neat. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Nope, wrong save. There we go. So the first thing we should do is use a soft. I didn't know Petrify was going to carry over. Okay. And now we're going to try that again. And hopefully he doesn't target Rinoa this time, because... Okay, hold on. Junction. Okay, fine, we won't use slow for that, we'll use zombie. Did you get junked while I was getting a drink? Yes. We got wiped. Just imagine them carrying an Irvine statue all the way there. Yeah, Squall and Rinoa carrying an Irvine statue between them. Just like, up, heave, ho, heave, ho. Ooh, it's EXP fodder. Let's go. Even with 4 of them, bite bugs aren't exactly the biggest issue. I should be focusing on drawing with Rinoa. Squall is berserk! Shotgun ammo. Watch this. Scattershot. They're dead. Ba-ba-da-bum-bum-bum-bum-ba-dum. Ooh, an M-stone piece for our troubles. Antidotes. High potions. Oh, no wonder. Renoa is level 13. Oh, right. Oh, it makes sense now. Well, hopefully she levels up quick. We just didn't use her a lot for most of the game past the mandatory section with her. So her level is pretty low. Enough of this pretending. Enough of this charade! Yeah, he toots on a whistle in order to summon the monster. Ba-dum-bum-bum. No, what are you doing? That was actually a pretty weak attack, but it doesn't seem to have dealt any status effects. Weird. Cura, Irvine. Arrow. Okay, Scan. I need to find out what it's weak to. Oh, it's poison, right? I think I remember seeing... I can't tell. I remember if the bubbles are poison or water. We should check on that. I didn't look at the weaknesses. Oh well. This is my favorite Final Fantasy, but I'm not the best at it. Oh, it's sleeping gas. Oh, so it gives a chance to sleep. A chance to dream. Cast Mazara. Hit it with sword. Gunblade. It's only got like 9,000 health. Oh no. Renzo Kuken. Ikuzo! No, it was good for us. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rough Divide! Oh, what? No, oh no, don't do it, don't do it. Don't have a death move. Why? Fated Circle! Another finisher. GG. It's a shame, that EXP would have been very useful, but... Take off coat and roll up sleeves. My sleeves are always going to... Listen, my sleeves are always going to remain in the exact same position of rolled up or not rolled up. You have no power over my sleeve rollings. Uh-huh. It had to explode in the end so you don't get XP. Yep. It's a hard knock life for us. It's the hard knock life for us. My voice just broke doing that. I feel like I haven't recovered from yesterday. Ah. They're fortifying the area to make them believe that it's here. Zoo took charge of it, eh? Fan art of Chat forcibly rolling Carmine sleeves when? Never. Chat isn't powerful enough for that. Listen. Listen. This is as much of my arms as you get to see. If you want to see my bare shoulders, I'm sorry, but you don't get to. Okay? Shoulder mine. No way, bare shoulders is scandalous. I mean, maybe at some point I could get an outfit that has bare shoulders, but that it would have to be by request. Because honestly, I don't know what I would get for a future outfit at this point. Don't draw. Don't draw, mortals. Don't draw. The artist's path is a fool's errand. Yoink. 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 Yeah, I don't think bare shoulders are particularly... I mean, they are pretty scandalous, but they're not like... Time to get a proper Catmine model. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would never waste it. I would never waste a new model opportunity on Catmine. It would have to be something cool. A new outfit would have to be something cool and daring. Let's check the garage. What would you get? Maybe your demonic form. I'm not a demon! I just have one in my arm! I'm not a demon. I wield the demon within my right arm. But I'm human. I'm just very immortal human. I honestly don't know. Maybe casual wear. Maybe casual wear? I don't know. I was inspired for the last one, but I honestly don't know for any potential future ones. Right, but can't you wear their power like an armor? Absolutely not. That is a last-ditch option. Cast fire on it. It's like the anime where the guy has a girl growing out of his wrist, but it's a demon girl. I have honestly no idea what you're talking about, Ayu. But welcome, welcome, welcome. I can't remember if I said welcome to you at first. Anyway. There's absolutely nothing growing out of my wrists. I have normal wrists. Even before you get a pirate form. Why would I get a pirate form? I'm not a pirate. Oh dear. No, don't you do it. Combine. Make it a good one, Renoa. Why is it always Angelo Cannon? Oh, no, that's a good point, actually. I need to check that, actually. I need to check what trick we're learning. No, Irvine! He lives! I'm actually gonna focus fire on the bomb. I need to kill it now. No, it's using Thunder Breath! No! Why? Are you under level for this part? Renoa definitely is. But the thing is that under leveling doesn't exist in base Final Fantasy VIII. It didn't exist. Enemies would scale with your level, so they would always be the same level as you. So grinding had nothing to do with level and everything to do about acquiring more magic for junctioning and GF abilities. But this mod does have level relevance, which is kind of rough, TBH. We're all the way back here now. For magic. Okay. Hey brothers! Hey Diablos! You got any VitJ in you anywhere soon? Okay. No. Tough. Okay, we're gonna try all that again. Enough of this pretense. Honestly though, for casual wear, I don't know what I would wear. I'm not very fashion forward, so I guess I'd have to like ask for suggestions about what looks good, what's hip. When it comes to clothes, mortals, what's hip at the moment? What do you think would look good on me? I am very fashion unconscious. Shot. Dark ammo, fire ammo. Flame shot. Trade outfits with Yusha. Why? Oh no, they're all asleep. I definitely don't. I don't really see the reason for an outfit swap going beyond fan art. Well, Renoa's dead. Renoa's hardcore dead. Wait, no, she's alive. Okay, I'll get one of them at least. Normal ammo. Combine. Press the button. Press the button a lot of times. Oh yeah, no, I have to check that still. I forgot. I've got to check on combined. Oh, and we all get the EXP. Classic. Renoa didn't even get the level. How harsh. Okay. Hey Carmine, what's your fave kind of demon girl? Blue skin and metal swimsuit? Red skin and office lady? Other? First of all, I do not consort with demons, thank you very much. Second off, no comment. Yep, we're learning Awakening Moon. We have Rush, Recover, and Cannon. That's correct. I am a man of principle. I am the man of the highest principles. I am principle material. Carmine has sniffed out the dark purpose behind my question. Wait, what dark purpose? What do you mean what dark purpose? There was a dark purpose? You came to me with a dark purpose? I demand an explanation now. What? I can't believe you would come to me with a question with a dark purpose behind it. Honestly. Are you gonna make Carmine's demon arm into a hot girl? Yes. You were what? You were what? That's what we call fan art, so it could be whatever you want. Although when it comes in terms of outfit, office lady clothes are obviously superior to any sort of metal swimsuit. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Bum 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 bum. Hydration. So, mortals, bandages or wrappings around the arms are great. As somebody who has bandages or wrappings around the arm, I agree. I also love capes. That's why I wear one. It's my coat. Because it's on my my arms aren't through the sleeves, so it's like a coat, like a cape. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Lazara on the Grendel. Attack the Grendel. Attack the Grendel. Oh, Squall does sleep damage now. Blizzaga on the bomb. Lazara on the bomb. Coat capes are great. It's why I love the fashion in that Souls game. Ari plays with corpse. Oh right. What's it called? I know of it. It's Code Vein. It's on my Steam wish list, I'm pretty sure. Combine. Angelo Cannon. Ba 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 ba. Oh, it's gonna use Thunder Breath. No. Did she just shoot a dog at him? Yeah, it's Angelo. Are you not familiar with Angelo, More They Do? It's Rinoa's whole thing. She fires the dog like a cannon. See? Ba-da-da, 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 ba-da. That dog can also suplex a tank. How does Angelo feel about this situation? I think she is quite happy to help. But I don't speak dog, so I've never asked. Okay, we're doing much better this time. Now that I have my now that I have my situation together, my stuff together. It was a hologram. All of the seeds are basically trying to make the garden forces, the garden master's forces, think that the headmaster is somewhere else. So they're basically like, headmaster's here, no, headmaster's here. It's very much an I Am Spartacus situation. Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Running. Oh, I'm gonna have to spend a soft, aren't I? No, miss. Yes. I can keep my item. So I saw a pretty so today, mortals. I actually saw one of the wildest takes I've seen, and it's kind of lodged in my brain. It's got pretty much nothing to do with anything we've been talking about or like the game that we're playing. So I don't know if I should actually talk about it. But it's just kind of in there. Does that ever happen with you guys, where something just kind of get, like, you see a thing and it just gets lodged in your brain? You like when games have odd names for things. You mean cool names for things. You should definitely talk about it. Living rent-free in my brain. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. You're siding with the headmaster? You're damn skippy I am. Oh, I never watched short films for that precise reason. Ooh, a new spell. What is it gonna be? Draw failed. Oh, it has pain! It has pain. Have I know? But yeah, so. I'm just trying to remember it. Obviously it's not going to be verbatim. Press the button. Wow, this thing has a lot of HP. Phoenix down! Fear and Hunger has a spell called Herding and I love it. Yes, Pain is a very good spell name, I think. Hold on. Hold on. Sorry about that. That just kind of happened. I had to dodge a projectile attack, which is why I kind of edged off screen. Sorry about that. Let's get back to it. Renzo Kukin. Shot. Are you under threat? I live my life under threat. No, but I'm fine. Even if a projectile attack were to hit me, I wouldn't die. I'm very powerful. Antidote. Oh, he's blind. What was that thing stuck in your head? Oh, right, so, okay, so the take was... So, what the take was, I was in somebody's stream, and they made a joke about games journalist, and somebody in chat said friendly reminder that how did it go again? Basically, they said that like, also save point is a very good thing. They said that games journalism hate had been deliberately concocted by self-confessed Nazis to radicalize people on the internet against a specific group. Or rather, like a non-specific group, just whoever. Which I found, like, I just found that really funny. But I think it's also I think it's also an interesting. I think it's also an interesting. I mean, it might have been. I have no idea, but it did get me thinking about the whole games journalism thing. I.e., that entire industry. Because I mean, who among us who plays like a lot of games, who among us who's played a lot of games has not like encountered the games journalism industry? For those of us who follow games, we kind of have to like we're just kind of involved with them, you know? They're the ones putting out all the press releases and reviews and whatnot. You remember a local games magazine writing about no longer getting any free reviews copies after being honest about the quality back in the 90s? Yeah, no, because see, that's the thing. There's a lot to talk about with the games journalism industry, but one really crucial thing is that they are essentially paid all they are all incentivized by the nature of their business, because it's a business, to maintain a good working relationship with the people whose games they review. Which means that there's an incentive to maybe not be dishonest, but to give an embellished opinion. But then there's also the fact that, like, a modern games journalist barely has enough time to actually play a game as like a regular person plays a game. Angelo, combine! Angelo Cannon. It seems like a lot of reviews are rush jobs. And of course, there's that meme with that one games journalist who couldn't beat the Cuphead tutorial, which is very funny. Oh no. 10 equals masterpiece, 9 equals good game, 8 equals okay game, 7 or lower trash. That's not how I look at it, Mario Rossi Penguin. Welcome, welcome. But that does seem to be, unfortunately, the case. But yeah, so you have this combination of an individual games journalist not being able to, like, do their jobs properly because of the time pressure involved, and then you have the, like, at scale issue of needing to get review copies and early access and stuff like that. So it leads to this kind of like untrustworthy, like we can't trust games journalists. Renzo Kuken, I can't believe this is gonna work. It worked. Squall wins. IGN Italy gave a 6 to Pokemon Legends Arceus. A lot of people flipped out. I have seen very little of Pokemon Legends Arceus. But in my from what little I've seen, a 6 sounds very generous. Honestly, if I made a game and it got a 6 on a scale of 10, like I would be over the moon. Multiplayer games are basically impossible to review early without a community. That is also a great point. Wait, I'm wrong. Actually, it was a 5. Still not bad. Maybe a bit more accurate. Five, mediocre. Why is 5 mediocre? It's like in the middle of the scale. Strange. The whole thing is strange. The whole way it works is strange. Average is mediocre. That's literally what mediocre means, Karma. No, because mediocre has a negative connotation. Average does not. Are you, like, if a film is like an average film, or a book is like an average book, like that's the kind, like, you can still enjoy that, right? Mediocre has an inherent negative connotation. Words have connotations. There exists a space beyond literal meaning. But seriously, if a thing is an average for a thing, that means that thing should still be like fulfilling its job. So like, why knock it? Like, they can't all be 10/10s. Thanks, Angelo. Anyway, look at this dude thinking things have meaning. Fair enough, fair enough. But anyway, I do think though that, like, I don't think I've ever expressed any like genuine loathing towards the like games reviewers. I just like games journalists, because I just don't care because on the whole of it, I have no reason ever to read anything they ever say about a game ever. Why on earth would I hate them? Is that it, like that was what really stuck to me about what I read. That it was hate against game journalists, and I don't know if anybody hates them. Hating people is easy to do, so I can definitely imagine somebody being bored and like going like, yes, today I will hate so and so. But like, I don't really have any hate. I just kind of think that the industry as a whole is kind of pathetic. Funnily enough, the only time in the past couple of years that I actually, yeah, hating costs way too much energy for me. Yeah, Meiji, it's really something you gotta have the excess energy to spend on. The only time that I used a game, the only time that I used a review. Well, I can't describe all journalism as pathetic. The more they do, because I don't even like. I read even less of non-gaming news. Soft. but it's like, it's literally like the last time I used a game's review to inform my opinion about whether or not I should play a game. It was a review about Ghost of Tsushima. It was a review someone had written about Ghost of Tsushima, which was a game I knew basically nothing about until I read that review. I just knew that it had been announced. And the review basically called it incredibly racist. It was a Japanese themed game, not developed by Japanese developers. And they were like, it's culturally inaccurate. They were like, it's culturally inaccurate for Japan at the time, and it's pretty pathetic, and it's an insult, and just the way that they were complaining about it, the way that kind of person was complaining about it made me think, boy, this must be a good game. This sounds like an interesting game. And it had just come out, too. It had just come out. They had reviewed, like, a review copy. So, I downloaded it that very day, and I played it. And now Ghost of Tsushima is one of my favorite games ever. Japan loves it, Mario. Japan loves Ghost of Tsushima. It also got, like, a lot of, it actually managed to attract a lot of attention to a shrine on the island of Tsushima that needed, like, funding to be rebuilt, and people donated to the charity. But, like, that's the most games journalism has ever done for me in helping to pick out if I want to play a game or not. Anthony Bourdain held a similar view to food critics. One of his thoughts was that after some tenure, one should step down and abdicate. What insight can you give when you're bored with truffles? Honestly, even though I'm not bored with truffles, I still can't give any insight on them. But that is a pretty good way of thinking it. It isn't the most accurate to, like, actual, like, samurai culture at the time. Or I think it's that, like, samurai at the time didn't actually exist at that point in time, and also the Bushido code hadn't been written yet. Granted, there's no, like, mention of the Bushido code in the actual story, but there's the word honor gets tossed around a lot. But ultimately, the story, like, irrespective of historical accuracy, the story of Ghost of Tsushima is very good and made me feel things. Let's stock some bazaars. I'm very fond of it, and I genuinely wish I could stream it, because it is a game that is very fun to play. But it's PlayStation only, so them's the breaks. It's like King Arthur having plate mail, 100% inaccurate, but it's what everyone wants. True. And it's honestly, I just really love that game and its take on so many things. It's my favorite open world game of all time. But yeah, I wouldn't have known. I genuinely wouldn't have known about it if it hadn't been for somebody complaining about it and calling it, culturally inappropriate. Step mine. Oh, that's gonna come in handy later. Okay, Carbuncle, we want to learn. Ooh, counter. Ooh, that's good. Let me grab Vit plus 10% for no counter. Go with counter. Oh no, Step mine, what are you doing? Wait, what? King Arthur can have what he likes. He's still alive, sleeping under whales. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows what goes on inside King Arthur's catatonic head? I'm kind of sad about most open world nowadays. It used to mean non-linear game, but now it just means game with a giant ass map. No, I agree, Avelon, and honestly, I didn't have like a lot of love for. I didn't have a lot of love for the open world games. Like, I was like, okay, this is, you know, it's just a mechanic like anything else. It's just like an element of games. But there's nothing inherently special about it. Nothing to like really, and like it's not used correctly in a lot of games. But Ghost of Tsushima has a genuinely fun open world. Because there's always stuff in there to do, and it's just a genuinely beautiful looking game. For a fun experiment, keep an eye on the pulse of reviews when Elden Ring comes out and report back. What should I be keeping an eye out for? What should I be observing? From have reached the point of not being allowed to have low reviews, like Pokemon. Yeah, I mean, I haven't played the new Pokemon game, but you'd have to beat me with a stick to make me at all slightly interested in it. I mean, I get that it's like a step above the usual amount of effort that goes into a Pokemon spin-off, but like, that's really not saying much. Maybe I'm a snob when it comes to Pokemon, I don't know. The new Pokemon game, Shin Megami Tensei 5? Yeah. Shin Megami Tensei. No. Not Shin Megami Tensei 5. No! Stop being petrified. Interestingly, Game Freak referred to it as mainline. And Nintendo keeps declaring stuff with the Zelda timeline that makes no sense, like Breath of the Wild taking place in all three timelines simultaneously, as a sort of connecting up point. The sooner you understand that game companies can say things that are so clearly and obviously wrong, and that they're just lying because they're dumb, that's just kind of a lesson you gotta learn. They have no incentive to be correct. People will eat anything they say. You were forced to get Shield Sword and were so disappointed you swore off them again for another decade. How were you forced into getting Shield Sword, Mordedoog? I haven't played since Moon and I was so disappointed in that one. Zelda wasn't even intended to have a timeline and they really shouldn't have listened to the fans that wanted one. As someone who's only played a few Zelda games, I feel I'm not qualified to comment. Get off the quad! But you know, seriously, what will the Elden Ring reviews even indicate? I'm very curious about that thing that Doc Pesta said. Unless the games are explicitly connected like Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. I mean, I guess. It doesn't really... Ultimately, it doesn't really matter a whole lot for that series, I feel like. Oh no, soft. Nope, no Blizzara. Sorry, hunting monsters. I'll be looking for reviews that genuinely seem to dislike it and then get attacked for hating on the hype, etc. I mean, but what would that even say? Because it'll depend on like what the actual complaint is. Because considering the current state of the games journalism industry, in that like people like because they're so incentivized to get through it quickly, they respond badly to difficulty. I would imagine that the main issue with it would be the whole it's too hard and needs an easy mode, which is an absolutely bonkers, unnecessary criticism. Also, I hope the monster hunting is going well. There's a series I'll never fully come to grips with. They'll dock some points for no easy mode, but it'll still be 8+. Man, that's another thing. Like this is why people meme on games journalists and games reviews, because they're so easy to meme on. The whole easy mode equals inclusivity thing is absolutely just crazy. It's very dumb. I wish I had an AoE. Might as well cast some of that Lazara. It's a very strange hill to die on. Like I said, that's the reason, right? Is that that one guy who can't play the Cuphead tutorial aside, who must be some sort of anomaly, because how do you not understand how to jump dash? Like, I've never played it, and the tutorial made it very obvious. But the whole reason they rail against difficulty is because failing and having to retry, and having to spend more time on it is counter to their own like job requirements. Because I think they get the same amount of time to cover every game. So like the difference between covering like a short game or a long game or an easy game versus a hard game is like significant. Status defense junction, learning treatment. I actually played Celeste because of the cheat options, but didn't actually use them. That seems like a good way to me. Just have a menu for the cheats that used to be console commands. Yeah, because then like it's like how there's cheat modes for re-releases of like Final Fantasy VIII and Final Fantasy VII, so that if people who don't like JRPGs want to play them, they can still play them anyway, and I get to make fun of them for playing it in a really stupid and dumb way. Yeah, no, like, I mean, if people need cheats, they can have them. It's like giving a movie a bad review because it's rated R and kids can't see it. How is that any... But, I mean, but like adults can still see it. Why would they rate a movie badly because it's rated R? It's hard to understand without getting into weird conspiracy territory. What's that classic saying? Taking away steak because a baby can't eat it? I haven't... There are so many elements to this conversation. You guys just have two advanced brains. There's so many elements to this conversation that I just can't follow. Ba 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 da da da. But I mean, I guess it does. I guess it does fold into like. Why is it called Balam Garden? Because it's the garden that's in Balam. Or they do. I guess it all ties back to like the like nothing is for everyone kind of thing. In other news, I'm up to pose 5, and I think it's finally going to work out. Pose 5? Are you going through some sort of takeoff sequence? It's a garden where lambs go ba 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 like that. Oh, I'm drawing Thundara. Forget your R's. Carmine can roll his A. Yep. I can roll my like that. Phoenix down. ba, 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 ba. Oh, this is perfect, actually. Watch this. Rockabye Grendel in the treetop. When you fall over, it's 'cause you're dead. Sleep, honestly, sleep on Squall Sword is working out better than slow on Squall Sword. Don't F for the Grendel. The Grendel is an enemy. Enemies die. It's the way of the world. I am running low on ammo, though. I need normal ammo. I could use some bomb fragments to make fire ammo. Yeah, let's use some screws to make 50 normal ammo. Drawing an unconscious Carmine slouched upright was too hard, so now he's gonna be in a chair. Why are you drawing me unconscious? What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me? Why have you knocked me out? I feel very unsafe right now. Oh no. Oh no, Renoa, oh no, oh no. Don't you play coy with me. Don't you play coy. Honestly, mortals, you're too much sometimes. Ultimately, we've kind of rambled. I've kind of rambled a lot about the subject, and I've had nothing to actually say of interest about the games journalism industry in this entire discussion. But if there is one takeaway, it should be this: come to your own conclusions about games, whether or not you like them. That's what I think anyway. Oh, your outfit should be ultimate power, Carmine, when you're fully powered up at the end of your quest. I'm already at ultimate power. And no. I will never get an outfit that is like me powered up. Because that's not comfortable. Listen, I can't be in battle mode. I can't be in battle mode when I'm trying to game. I can't have it interrupt the flow of my game, mortals. I wish to only be in comfy mode. It's the emergency exit. PJ Carmine. I mean, I don't really have any fashionable pajamas. I feel like I would like it to be at least visually interesting for you guys, hence why I was thinking like a casual outfit with some sort of high fashion vibe. By which I mean any sort of like fashion at all, as opposed to what I usually wear. Like something that I would wear for a nice date with you guys. Kigu Carmine, what animal would it be? I'm not familiar with the term. Do you mean like a kemonomimi? I mean, for most animal questions, my answer is penguin. Animal pajamas. Oh no, like the Pokemon ones. Oh, the full body animal PJs with the hood. Then yes, penguin. Then yes, penguin. Penguin. Yes. Yes, penguin. That would be very nice. It would be like a flame. It'd be a penguin, but there would be flames on it. I'd wear a penguin one, but it would have like flames on the penguin. Hi, Sid. Zoo has told me about missiles. The intercom is down, so we can't announce the order to evacuate. Well, that's poor logistics. Zoo, Raijin, and Fujin are taking care of that. Awesome. You can tell me later. You might be dead later. He looks really different than when he's in 14. Do you mean Sid? So to establish more they do. Sid, Biggs, and Wedge are recurring characters in the Final Fantasy series. Sid since FF2 and Biggs and Wedge since FF6. And every iteration of them is a different person. So like every Sid in each Final Fantasy game is different. So you have 14 Sid, who is Sid Garlon. This is Sid, the headmaster of Balam Garden. FF7 Sid is a party member, and so is FF4's. So there's always these different Sids. It's basically a recurring name. You can always rebuild. There may still be a way to save the garden. Ba, ba, ba. Against missiles? How? Only in the coolest way imaginable, mortals. I don't know, because you might screw up. Because I want to do more than announce the evacuation. Because this place is important to me too. I love Squall's character so much. Because I want to find out your plan. Because this is my home. I have too many reasons. I don't know why. Who cares? I'm going to try something. Immediately collapses. Yes. It's the most effective strategy. Quistis was right. Oh, she was. He's a big old softie. This building used to be a shelter, long before it was remodeled into the garden as we know it. Use that key to open the lock in the elevator. To the MD level. There's a control system. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba ba da ba ba da bum 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 ba da ba da bum. Let's go. The missiles are in flight. They're descending towards Balam. Selphie's team couldn't stop the launch. Oh, we're all. Well, it looks like the three of us are going to be stuck in the elevator for a while. Oh well. It's not responding. But there is a hatch on the floor. Reckon it can withstand a missile blast? Oh, the garden? Absolutely not. It would destroy everything and kill everybody here. Which is why we need to do what we're going to do, and activate the shelter's defense system. Now, we don't know what it does. Oop! Our way is blocked off by the lift now. By the elevator. Could you withstand a missile blast? Yes. Of course. Obviously. An oil stratum. Watch for enemies weak against fire. fire. Let's go. Let's go. Bum, 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 ba-da, ba-da, bum, 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 bum. Do you think I could do one of those? Hey, mortals, do you think I could do one of those a cappella YouTubes? Those YouTube channels that just are a cappella, like covers of different video game tracks. You absolutely should do a cappella FF songs. If I ever develop any sort of actual musical sense for understanding what notes are by ear or anything like that, yes, I will totally do that. But in the meantime, as I know basically nothing about music, collab with Bloom. I mean he would know. He would know. I'd really rather do a cappella trail songs, to be honest, if I was going to do any series. Someday I really would like to go through, if I had the time, I would like to go through the entire trail series. But it's a very long JRPG series, and I feel like people would get bored. It already takes so many streams just to get through one of these. To open the valve, hit S repeatedly for 10 seconds. Okay, which button is S? I'm hoping it's X. Now Irvine's helping. Surely this will do it. Are you supposed to fail? It does get. I know it gets easier over time as you get more members, but I genuinely don't know which I don't know which button it is because I'm using keys remapped to a controller. I'm trying square now. I've tried X and circle. Done. Okay, so it was square. So it was. Oh, of course it was. Of course it was square. What was that sound effect? What was that sound effect? Oh, I opened the thing, I see. Do you have like QWAS button mapped to the same position on the controller? I honestly don't know what the original keyboard one, I can't remember what it was that I remapped. Bum, bum, bum. Down we go. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 hum, bum, hum, bum, bum, bum. Fuel. Oh, Renoa, why? Nope, don't cast zombie. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Now Irvine can't heal. If this does any damage at all. Shot! Got him. Ladies and gentlemen. We got him. Victory! And we got some zombie powder that we can turn into holy waters. And then we can use one of those holy waters to heal Irvine of his zombie problem. Bum 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 ba da ba dum ba da bum. Bum dum bum dum bum dum bum 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 ba dum bum. Oh, it's not. Oh, not another one of these. I'm going to hit it with fire ammo. Flame shot. Couple thousand, no biggie. Don't you hit me with the poison gas, please do not hit me with the poison gas. Thank you. No thank you. Normal ammo. Don't you do it. Oh no, that's death! That's the cold, icy hand of death that is currently gripping Irvine. Oh dear. That was a random encounter. This mod, I tell you, I'm not looking forward to the boss fight we're gonna have to go through. On the bright side, Diablos did learn Evasion Junction, so that's good. Ba, 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 ba. Now to get to work on Encounter Half. And we can learn Mug and Dark Side. Turn somebody into a Dark Knight. Item, antidote. Blind, 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 eye drops. Phoenix down. Cure, 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 cure. And junction. Irvine can now junction magic to his evasion stat, which is fantastic. Does nothing even provide equivalent spirit to float? Cura gets you pretty close. So we'll use float. Float gives you 8%. An increase of 4%. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Not again! We literally just had a random encounter 3 steps before. Oh, it's these guys. Ba-ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Bam, 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 ba-dum. Oh, Irvine, if only you had an attack just then. just cast fire on him. No, don't use an Auger. Oh right, these guys are actually pushovers. Ooh, LM Defense J. Who was learning that? Ifrit. Alright, now learn LM Defense J times 2. Renoa, draw full lives. Ooh, 7 of them. Delicious. A dead end. We gotta climb back up. Bum 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 bum. Now we do some really cool stuff. Oh no. The ladder, it fell. Okay, I know I can do something in here. Open it up. Open her up. Bum 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 bum. It's gotta be the ladder, right? There we go. Bum, bum, bum. I'm pretty sure if you send someone else there, that Squall loses like a seed rank because it's cowardly. What do we do? Where do I go? Not you again. Sword. Sword it. Ooh, stock some bio. Poison is such a, like, status effects are cool, and poison is the most milquetoast vanilla status effect. It's like the poster boy for status effects. Just damage of a time, damage of a time. It's a fun element to play around with. Fire! Oh, it missed. Dang. Shot. Look at how cool Irvine is when he's doing his shot limit break. He's just so cool. He's just so cool. Score levels up. An item. Antidote, antidote, antidote. Enemies are actually inflicting status effects on us more often than in the original game, which I quite like. Replenishing her stock of curas for a sec. I've forgotten where to go. Out of my way, pushovers. Heartbreak, heartbreak. What a cool attack that does basically nothing. Draw Thundara. Oh, it failed. How strange. You know, that attack made me remember a Final Fantasy Tactics Thief move called Steel Heart. Thieves in FF have had like all sorts of different abilities, like that are all tenuously linked to the concept of stealing. Like in Stranger of Paradise, the thieves thing is going to be, yeah, no, I'm going the wrong way. The thieves thing is going to be stealing monster abilities, a la Blue Mage. In like Final Fantasy V or something more standard like that. We're running away until I can figure things out. In Final Fantasy V, stuff like that. Thief was just it runs away, it finds secret passages, and it can steal items. In Final Fantasy Tactics, thieves could steal items or equipment off of enemies, and they also had a move that inflicted the charm status effect called Steel Heart. And it was such a funny thing to me for thieves to have in their kit. Cute. What's cute? Cute thieves? I can get behind that. Steel Heart, yeah. Here, let me try it on you mortals. Whoocha! Oh god, oh no, I've just ripped your still beating heart out of your chest. Oh no, quick heal, let me put it back. No! Mortals, please don't die on me. No, 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 no. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It was supposed to be just a cute gag. No! Okay, that way. We go that way. I found it. I found it again. My raison d'être. It is this. Ba-da-ba. Here it is, the save point. Ooh, I should have done something differently. No kaboom. There was supposed to be an earth-shattering kaboom. Alright. There's a, I can't remember if it was a regular boss or just mini bosses. Yeah, no, this. We have to fight this. We have to fight these. Dun, 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 dun. Sonic wave, sonic wave, sonic wave. Don't you inflict a status effect on me at the start of the fight. Oh, you would. You absolutely would. You're a real piece of work. You're a piece of jerk, you know that? Echo screen. "21 scans. They're called oil boils, and they suck." "This creature lives underground. Its slimy body is full of oil. Attacks by spitting oil. Weak against fire because it's made out of oil. Water has no effect because it's made out of oil." And each of them have 10,000 a pop. Ooh, the timing on this couldn't be better. Okay, so they're gonna keep silencing us, so we literally just can't use magic. Oil Boil is such a cute name. You think so? I'm not sure I agree. Oh no, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad. Mega Phoenix. No, Phoenix down. Not being able to heal is rough. Imagine a girl with a Hime cut, but the long part is a bob cut. How does that work? I honestly can't picture that. It's 3 levels of straight across. I mean, isn't a Hime cut usually just like kind of like cut like that? Don't echo screen us. Please, oil shot someone other than Squall. No, why? Okay, Renoa. I'm cast full life. Cast full life on Squall. Yeah, but the third is at the neck, not the hips. I'm so confused what the third is in this. Fire ammo, oil boils. Okay, so they heal themselves in this one, which is frustrating. Yes, yes, Irvine. Yep, they're doing it at Squall. Fire. Fire ammo. No, don't Sonic Wave us! You'll see eventually. I hope so. If you ever have like an example to show me, feel free to DM me anytime. Fire ammo, fire ammo, fire ammo, fire ammo. Yes! One of them's dead! They're both dead! Once again, superior firepower prevails. Quetzalcoatl has learned Element Attack J. Quetzalcoatl, Element Defense J. I honestly thought that would be more difficult than it was. That's just the power of a weakness, I guess. Nope, don't you get in my way. Listen, I fought and beat a boss. I am going to save. Goodbye, good day, sir. Good day! I'm afraid you will have to random encounter elsewhere. We are not currently hiring. Ba-da-ba. I kept calling those ice cream. What's their actual name? Blobra. They're called Blobras. They're called Blobras, Meiji. There's the missiles. How cool do they look? They're inbound. They're incoming. Look at them. They've got eyes. They're going straight for Balam. Come on. Looks like we're here. Mortals, I want you to keep your eyes peeled for this scene because it is genuinely the coolest stuff. I need you to watch this very closely if you've never seen this before. How am I supposed to know? Even the headmaster doesn't know. It looks so complicated. Got a feeling so complicated. Alright, let's fire it up. Oh. It's starting up. It's starting up. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Dun, 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 dun. So, mortals. Missiles incoming! Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh yes! So mortals! It flies! It flies now! That's right, baby! It can fly. So yeah, no, the Balam Garden is actually a giant hovering citadel. Large airship. We actually will get the actual airship of Final Fantasy VIII, the Ragnarok. We will get that eventually. But in the meantime, we have Balam Garden as an actual like flying thing. Airships are very popular with JRPGs for some reason. You know what? You're right. And I can tell you exactly what that reason is. It's because they're cool! Very cool. I mean, also just like in the original FF1, right? The airship was acquired as a way to navigate around the world map even more efficiently than the boat, even going over mountains. So usually whenever you unlock the airship in a Final Fantasy game, you'll kind of get access to new locations. But even in series I mean this is even true in series like Trails, but that where airships are mostly a setting element. Is it time now? Yes, it is. We're flying with the birds. Also, this is why we took Rinoa back, by the way. This scene is optional. This FMV. This FMV of Rinoa is entirely optional. You only get it if you take her back to the garden with you and go out this area. So it's missable. I just wanted to show it. Airship date. Yep. Oh, we'll get to Squall and Rinoa's first proper date. Don't you doubt it. Don't you doubt it. It'll be a concert date. Welcome, Pluvium95. Welcome. Yeah, it's really cool. We're gonna crash into the town of Balam. Oh no. Nobody has to try. Everyone keeps throwing their expectations on Squall. Damn. Yes, we're turning. But now we're gonna crash into the sea. Luckily, it also works as a boat. Putting the ship in airship. We'll drift along for the time being until we figure out how to maneuver the garden. So we can finally relax for a while. Finally, it's been non-stop since Disc 1. It better work as a boat. There can't be many places with landing space for this thing. True. Oh wait, what? Oh, there we are. That was weird, but okay. PC port? How long has it been since we started moving? There's not much more to do now. So they cleaned up all the monsters in the garden. But now we're at least safe from the missile attack. Ah, Squall, I'm right there with you. Only I have video games, so I never have nothing to do, which is awesome. I like how Quistis and like Zell they theorized that maybe Squall was knew that they were going to die when he sent them off, and now here he is being very worried about them. It's a nice parallel. Squall suddenly boots up FF7. All right, so let's play this JRPG. I've heard really great things about. Who's this chick? Aerith? I dig her. Poor Squall. He doesn't know. He doesn't know the internet spoiler that everybody knows. Who is the sorceress? Why fire missiles at the garden? Is Cypher ever coming back? We'll get him. I'll get him next time. That rascally Cypher. Personal space. Personal space, Renoa. You ever heard of it? Oh, getting called adorable by a girl. I hear that that's like a death sentence for your relationship chances with her. I guess FF8 ain't a romance. And now we get to take her on a tour with the garden. And this tour of the garden is actually completely optional to Renoa as well. Oh great, now you can play Triple Triad? Absolutely not. Is Cypher like Cypher or Soper? Why would it be Soper? Why would his name be Soper? It's Cypher. Kingdom Hearts has confirmed how it is pronounced. So let's take Renoa on a bit of a date, a bit of a tour. No, I mean, which is the joke? I don't get how this even this is even joke adjacent. But I hope whatever joke you're thinking of is very funny. I hope it gives you a good chuckle. The cafeteria. The parking lot. Like a normal tour. Nah, it's Cypher, you know. I love Raijin so much, but I love Fujin even more. This is the cafeteria. Obviously, this is where we take our meals, but keep in mind, there's always competition for the good stuff, especially the hot dogs. In the original, hot dogs were melon pan, but now they're hot dogs. So some of the hot dogs are so popular that you'll be lucky just to see someone eat it. See, it's funny because like that's kind of like, you know, the special bread runs out. The special bread runs out at like school cafeterias in Japan. I'm pretty sure, which is why they did this. But I mean, imagine running out of hot dogs. Imagine running out of hot dogs. They are very like low maintenance. Now I'm hungry for sausages. Now I want to eat sausages. Dang it. Bum, 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 bum. Mortals, I want a hot dog. Mortals, buy me a hot dog. Mortals, take me on a park date and buy me a hot dog. You're deciding he is a man who applies soap. German, safe and... Oh, I see. Oh. Fair enough. Who am I to argue with the German language? But yeah, I'm very glad that that we're doing it this way, because it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird in the first place that this is optional, because it's like Renoa and Squall's relationship needs every, like especially early on, needs every scene it can get. So this is very helpful for that. All over one woman. Alas. Imagine pining over a 3D woman. Imagine. Da, da. Everybody knows that the real Chads pine over 2D women. Bum 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 ba da da dum. Ba da 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 bum 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 bum. I love this because the Balam Garden like the Balam Town theme is actually being played by that guy on his guitar. Hey, but remember that figures are 3D too. Ah, but I don't own any figures. I don't own any figures of anime girls, so I'm fine. I'm safe. Let's be sure to keep in touch even after we graduate. And let me know right away when you get yourself a boyfriend. Ugh, insufferable. Damn normies, backflip on a landmine and explode. I'm sure I'll have one before she does. Wow, harsh. Oh no, I can't let her know I have a boyfriend. Wow, keeping secrets from each other and being mean to each other. Wow. Couldn't be adolescent teenage girls. Absolutely not. Just realized this is a pretty fancy indoor garden since indoor trees are usually smaller. Oh no. Meiji, this is external. This is external. You can't see the sky above, but we're outside at the moment. So the way the garden works is that like you go on the hallways to these spoke sections, and some of them have a roof over their heads, but some don't. Mainly the quad. The quad is the major outdoor area, but I think the training area doesn't have a ceiling because it's a lot of wilderness. The character, the character animation. Look at how they move. It's such a step up from Final Fantasy VII. Nobody appreciates it enough. They got character poses and animations so good. Time to embark on a never-ending journey. Honestly though, I really feel for Squall in this situation. If you asked me to give you a tour of basically anything, I would have no idea. I would be bad at a tour guide job. Ah, it's Dr. Karawaki. Is she your girlfriend? Yes. It's good to get one back on her sometimes. Oh wait, no, she's twisted it around. He's seriously joking. They are cute. These two are very cute. Weak. Listen, Squall needs time to become strong. Always go. No. I mean, I can understand. It must take a lot of like nerves to do a confession. So even like turning a spur of the moment jerk and what's it called? Spur of the moment. Yep, it's spur of the moment joke. Turning that into a serious, like a serious confession. That's gotta be real tough. I wouldn't know. I can't imagine confessing to somebody. I mean, I guess I can. Now the Garden Master wants to see us. I mean, that wasn't even trying to confess, Meiji. That was literally from just trying to talk to a woman he admired. He was like nervous to the max. Oh, no one's in the library. No one's in the library, mortals. You know what that means? The library's totally deserted, so we can do anything we want in here. So you know what that means? You know what it means, mortals? We can steal all of the books. All of the books we can steal. Yoink, yoink, ka-yoink, 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 ka-yoink. We have Awakening Moon now. Yeah, just to check, have I read all of the pet pals we currently have? Strike. Recover. Oh, we don't have Strike. Start learning that while we're walking around with Renoa. Let's check the training area real quick. We're gonna take her to that date spot. I love how a casual pet magazine tells you deadly techniques. Hey, if you're a pet owner, you've got to know how to defend yourself and your pet. It's the basic responsibility. Oh no, don't make us sleep. Watashi vampire. I need a pet crossbow of my own. You mean like a? Do you mean like launching like the whole like launching Angelo off of her arm like a cannonball, or do you literally mean that you want to get a pet crossbow? Like you'll feed it, you'll name it and feed it and take it for walks, and it's just a crossbow with a little collar around it. Angelo Cannon, yes, but that's a great idea. Is it though? Oh, we can't even go in. Ah, oh, lame. Sentient weapons are all the rage as pets. I mean, you'll get no argument from me about the coolness of sentient weapons. I love that. I love that a lot. So the lack of the introduction of level scaling means that unlike in original FF8, the enemies from earlier areas aren't they can't match you anymore. They actually do just suck. You'd take a sentient weapon for a girlfriend, to be honest, like one of those apotes. I mean, I guess it depends on how desperate you are for a girlfriend. But it also depends on if they can take a human. Oh, so this is that new port? Oh no, Pluvium. This is a modded version. This isn't the remaster. This is a modded version. I'm playing a mod called Ragnarok that rebalances the game. Honestly, I feel like having a sentient weapon for a girlfriend would be I feel like that would be too much of a commitment. But also isn't there a conflict of interest if that weapon is also your pet? Food for thought. I'm not sure what the ethics of dating your pet weapon are. I'm definitely not pet owner material. I've said this before, but I don't ever want to own a pet because I just can't handle the responsibility. Oh, they have the same conversation every time. What if that weapon just had a beast form instead of humanoid? I mean, I don't know. You're just making up. We're making up the rules as we go. Can't take a car out because there's nope. But yeah, when it comes to pets and pet owners, I'd honestly rather have like the role of a pet than a pet owner. Less responsibility. You can just chill out. You get free food. No. Oh, her friend who played the card game is dead, probably, maybe. Catmine is real? I mean, I'm not sure I'd be a cat. I have said that I'm more of I'm more of a dog person in just like my nature. But I could be a cat. Oh, whoa, Carmine wants to be leashed? I never said that. I don't know about a leash, but like it probably wouldn't be too much like difficulty to just like wear a collar. It's just like a band around the neck, right? I mean, some people just wear chokers. Obviously, if you attach a leash to the back of it, like that's a different story. I'm imagining getting swung around by one of those. Carmine just wears his tie as the dog collar. That is almost certainly a choking hazard. Please do not garrote me with my own tie, mortals, when you try and take me for a walk. Oh no, I shouldn't have gotten in the elevator without saving. Well, we have to do this one shot. Irvine's coming out. Oof! Oh, he's getting bullied. Headmaster Sid is getting bullied. A money-grubbing son of a bee. It's Robin Williams, correct. I'm leaving. Bye. Damn it! He spotted me. Sid, you're not that old. So Headmaster Sid is actually one of the coolest characters in this game, and I can't explain why yet. Oh, Sid's taking the elevator up. So we have no choice. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 ba-da-da-da-da, ba-da. Whenever Master Noah calls you, be sure to be there within 3 seconds. 3 seconds are up. I'm going to die, most likely, to this, actually. Now that I think about it, this has been a mistake. I'm going to have to take Renoa on the tour again. This is the Garden Master, the proprietor of Garden. He's not human. He's a different species that we will encounter later. I forget their name at the moment. A report on the sorceress we must give. Balam and Galbadia's orders? You were fooled. Explain to them. The Master of Galbadia Garden is a subordinate of the Garden Master named Martine. Sorceress and Garden are closely connected. An official order. It was to kill the Sorceress. An assassination was thought to be the best means. But that sly weasel Martine used you as a last resort for the assassination. He gave that order to place the blame on me. Yep. So that's why we were used instead of Galvadia Garden doing it. Something must be done to calm the Sorceress's anger. In order to do so, we needed to hand over those involved in the assassination to the Sorceress to show Galum Garden's sincerity. In other words, they're going to use us as a sacrificial lamb. And they're going to pretend that they obey the Sorceress. It was Norg who put up the money to establish Garden. Yes, it was Norg who was behind all of it. Is it SeeDs and Adias? That pathetic married couples? And the bomb has just dropped, mortals. Because if you recall, Adia is the name of the Sorceress, who is currently ruling Galvadia. Yep. The headmaster and the sorceress are married. Hold on a sec. Oh, it actually lets us save, yes! Tent. Check GF abilities. We're learning treatment? Yep, I mean, yeah, treatment's fine. Cover, encounter half, counter. Okay, yep, good. Renoa can now use Doom, Squall can use Heal. Step Mine. I still smirk at GF ability each time. Why? Why? What's there to smirk about? Still no passives for Irvine. Sad, sad. Alright, let's do this. It's fight or die time. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum bum. Blue, yellow, red. Lots of magic when red. As long as color stays, I will attack Seed with magic. Attack the left orb. So basically we need to attack the orbs. Girlfriend ability. Imagine having a girlfriend ability. The shelter must be destroyed in order to attack Norg, who is inside the shelter. This game is 100% funnier if you pronounce GF as girlfriend and not GF. Ah, but you see, I am awash in GF Savelon. I am awash in GF Savelon. But a girlfriend is something I'll never have. So, like, it's just simply inaccurate. Ba, 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 ba. Lightning is good. Only has 4,000 the pod, but the pod itself is pretty... Yeah, the pod itself is just the defense shelter. Scan. I really need to re-establish my supply of hastes. Bum, bum. Yep, it's Norg. He's in all caps. Use the status changing attacks. Auto recover functions. Okay. Attack that. Okay, only one of us still has haste. Okay, we managed to switch that one back to yellow. Haste, Irvine. Speed will be key here. As long as we keep the pods from changing their colors. We should be fine. Of course, we haven't even started the fight yet. Thundara, Norgpod, Irvine, attack the left orb. What color are your pants, Carmine? Whatever color your heart desires. I think like people tend to go for a blue-gray based on other art of me, but you can make me wear whatever. I don't wear shorts though. They're definitely not shorts. I can establish that with a degree of certainty. Haste, Squall, Thundara, Norgpod. Ah, so trousers. I mean, yeah, trousers, jeans. They're long. I wear long pants. The terminology is unimportant. I wear pants that are long, as opposed to shorts, which are short. I wear longs. Haste. Long skirt. I mean, no, I don't wear a skirt. I wouldn't look good in a skirt. I don't think I could rock a skirt. Oh, that's a good outfit idea. What is? French maid. French maid? Are you trying to fluster me? I missed the gunblade input. I'm not exactly in the habit of cosplaying as a French maid. You cease. Please do not do this. Left orb, right orb. Thundara. Here it is. The actual fight begins now. I think you'd look cute. Well, maybe I would look cute. Maybe I would look cute, but that doesn't mean I'm just gonna put one on for you. Scan Norg. Left orb. Shoot. Bum 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 bum. Master of Balam Garden. He just has a whole bunch of HP. Easy. Just need to keep reapplying haste. I mean, I have been drawn by like in a dress at least once before, because something got commissioned. Haste. Oh no, Irvine. You didn't know he had legs? I mean, yeah. He's just sitting in his pod. Left orb. Haste, squall. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Norg attack. Fire! Welcome, welcome, Lady Karen Gale. Welcome, welcome. Wait. I'm confused. Yeah, no, almost certainly. Almost certainly, Meiji. That's exactly, yeah, no, my brain kind of looked up for a second. I think that chat has been put in the wrong chat. How does that even, like, is that like a, do you think that's a system glitch on Twitch's end? Busted for lurking 2 streams and drawing. I mean, it is possible that it's some sort of system error. Norg. Left orb. Oops, sorry, I put that in the wrong chat. I didn't realize my mobile switched the streams while I was watching. Yeah, sorry about that, Lady Karen Gale. I mean, I don't know why I'm apologizing. I'm not. It's not like I'm responsible for it. But yeah, no need to actually apologize for it. It's fine. It does sound like a good system. Where's my full life? Well, hi to you too. Hi. Haste. You personally alt-tab in since you have a pen display as a second screen. Honestly, the thing about using Twitch on mobile is like, I can't imagine typing like all of my chat messages on, like actually on a phone keyboard. Oh no, Norg, Irvine, right orb. Renoa, right orb. Norg's hands scare me. They scared me as a kid. Also, mouse art, that sounds very cool. Funnily enough, my quote-unquote art is also done with a mouse. Which would be a point of pride if they were not crimes against creation. I don't have the zoomer skill. No, I can... Pluvium. I can type on a phone. But I can't type good. I can't type fast. Also, that was so much damage. That was so much damage. Irvine, get back up. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, no, I attacked the wrong thing with Squall. Normal ammo, Norg. I'm sure they were great with practice, but be better. No. No, you misunderstand. It's not actually art. It's not actually art. One of them is a redeem. Don't be targeting me. Dark ammo. Combine. Dark ammo. Angelo Cannon. You know, they're just like, they're very like. Let me explain visually. Real quick. It's this. This is my skill. This is my skill level. I have no actual like aspirations artistically. I made an interim emote while I was still getting emotes commissioned when I got partner on Twitch or whatever, affiliate. No, not partner. Affiliate. Affiliate's the one. But it's very bad. But people really seem to like it, so I made a bunch more. But they're all bad. They're masks. They're masks. And there, now it's hidden. It's back in the shadows, where it can't hurt us. Right, orb. Shotgun ammo. Oh, whoa! He's using Awakening Moon! I mean, she's using Awakening Moon. Oh, good girl, Angelo. Good girl. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You're a good girl. Scattershot. Interesting. The Irvine shot doesn't actually trigger anything like that. It doesn't change the color of the orbs. Oh no. Left orb. Right orb. Haste. Do not use the Psycho Crusher. Irvine, no! Normal ammo, Norg. This has gotta end up like doing something. Left orb. Norg. AP ammo. Maybe AP ammo will do it. Nope. Oh. I should start casting haste. Cure Irvine. Attack Norg. The reason I'm trying so very hard, mortals, to keep the orbs from going red is because he will start casting vicious magics upon us. Do not cast Radiance. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Go straight to jail. Haste on Manoa. I seriously do need to restore my amount of hastes. Oh, she's dead. She's dead. That's bad. Life. Attack the left orb. Cast haste. because I'm so fast and so hasty, we can get like a wounded party member, a knocked out party member up pretty quickly. Eat dog! Wait, no, don't actually eat dog. Dogs are cute, please don't eat them. I'm done for. I'm afraid of you. Me, why me? Wait, what? I didn't draw him. It happened again. For context, mortals, we were supposed to have drawn this Guardian Force from. I didn't know the PC port did this, but apparently it must be the case. So in the original game, when you beat a boss, like when you draw a boss, when you draw a GF from a boss, if you don't do that, you miss it, and you have to draw it in Ultimecia's Castle in the final disc. But apparently the original PC port of Final Fantasy VIII just gives them to you? I'm really kicking myself too, because I was about to be like, we have to do this whole boss fight over again, because I am dumb and forgot the one that I always forget, which is to draw off of Nog. Which is a shame, because Leviathan is one of my favorite summons, but it looks like we get him. If we don't, we're gonna have, if it was just a naming screen for some reason. We will have to do it again if we don't have him. I need Leviathan. I feel like a helpless puppet being manipulated in some major scheme. I didn't know you were such a songwriter, Squall. Leviathan is a nightmare to fight in FF14? Do you mean like regular Leviathan or Eden Raid's Leviathan? Because regular Leviathan is pretty easy. It's just a banging theme with a pretty easy fight. Leviathan, Leviathan, breathless. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. We need to get answers though, because apparently Sid is dating the sorceress. Not just dating, they're married, like ooh la la and all that. GF. My boy! My good wet boy! My good friend Leviathan! With Tool Refine, Auto Potion, Med Data, Magic Junction, Spirit Junction, oh baby. Squall doesn't have Spirit. So I should junction Leviathan to Squall. So many few people get the shield in time, and yeah. I actually don't. Okay, real talk. I actually don't fully understand how the shield works in it. Like is it? Hold on, no. It is just you activate it right at the right time. Is there anything more complex than that? A lot of early, like, a Realm Reborn fights, I'd, like, never, like, learnt properly, because I just got hard carried through them when I was playing. It's 95 scans, or no, just 17 protects gets you 20. Just gotta heal hard? That's kind of mean. That's kind of harsh on healers, don't you think, Ivalon? Da 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 bum 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 bum. Done. People either forget it or activate it too soon. Yep, no. It'd be like that sometimes. It'd be like that sometimes. You never can tell when, like when you're paired with randoms. what the fight is gonna be like, if it's gonna be easy or hard, depending on everyone else's skill set. Are all the GFs learning the same thing? No, Shiva is not. Shiva needs to start learning LM Attack J. Onwards to the headmaster's office. Also, we can never go back into the basement again. Oh wait, no, we can. What did I just say? I forget that this was literally the first. Like, this is literally the first time in the game that you actually get to pick which floor you go to on the elevator, which is very nice. We go up an elevator, go up an elevator. Sid's not here. Sid, why aren't you here? It's a ruse! We've been tricked! Abort! 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 He's bamboozled us! Headmaster! We've lost track of the wily son of a bee. Ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 da. Ah, they're studying for an exam. Can't relate. I always just did absolutely no studying and just kind of coasted. Oh, by the way, so the Trep groupies. Oh, this is perfect. Hi, welcome, Sigrid and Bird. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. It is I, Carmine Fleckathon, the most cursed and powerful VTuber. He who is cursed under the red moon of fate, and he who wields a demon within his right arm. Hello. We're just playing a bit of Final Fantasy VIII Ragnarok Mod today. Welcome, Halvanach. Welcome. And we are speaking currently to the Trep groupies, who have the amazing ability to, across any time and space, know exactly how many, to know all of Quistis' stats, in particular. So she's defeated 35 enemies. But we've defeated 136 enemies, Squall has, but we don't care about that. Alas. It looks like my whole raid message thing didn't go off, which is sad. Maybe a little trouble. So far you've been knocked out 19 times, and Instructor Trep has been knocked out 5 times. Yeah, Quistis keeps getting knocked down because she's a paper bag. Wait, no, not like actually like paper bag. She's got the strength of a literal one. So how's FF8 compared to 7? Welcome, KMO Potato. They're different games. They're different games. Are they idol stalkers? Yes, literally. They're it's both Final Fantasy, but ultimately, I mean, I can't remember any 7 vs 8 stuff. That's a bit before my time. But 8 is pretty different from 7, which is probably what inspired some of that debate. But it's very good. It's less polished. This mod is trying to address some of that. But ultimately 8 is, in terms of objective quality, I would rate 8 lower than 7. But 8 is still my favorite Final Fantasy. We're playing the Ragnarok mod, which is supposed to rebalance it. Providing a bit more of a challenge and trying to make the junction system a bit better. Bum ba bum. Da 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 da. We're looking for the headmaster right now. Welcome, Sleep C. Welcome. What does the Ragnarok mod do per se? Well, the first thing it does is characters have a much more distinct stat spread. For example, Zell, without any sort of, you can see Zell doesn't have anything junction at the moment. Look at that strength, look at that vitality, look at that magic and spirit. Part of the, basically, just kind of as a general rule, they've made the girls of the party better at magic to varying degrees, and then made the guys better at physical attacks. And there are variations within that. And then, obviously, they've also changed what magic is available here and there. Like, they've restricted our ability to get more powerful magic earlier on. For example, normally, right on Disc 1, you can go buy a bunch of tents at the gift shop in Balam and refine them with life recovery magic to turn them into Curagas to junction to your HP. But now they only make Curas, which aren't as good. But, the relevancy of card mod has also been decreased. Enemies are now more difficult as well, and they pack more of a punch. They use status effects on us more often, and also they basically removed the level scaling that meant that you and the enemies would always be roughly the same level. So now when you level up, you actually increase in power relative to enemies. Enemies now have fixed levels. Oh, our seed rank went down. Yeah, triple triad is pretty good. You want to go? Let's go lose a card. Let's go lose a card. Bum, bum, bum. I suck at it, so let's play. It's open and same. Let's use our terrible cards. Bum, 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 bum. Dun 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 dun. Bum 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 bottom 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 bum 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 bum. We've already lost. I can prevent it being a sweep though. Oh no! Not my bite bug! Oh god, the same rule has spread throughout this region. Oh no. I've affected the rules! I mean, Triple Triad is a game that ultimately comes down mostly to card power. Where is Sid? Same as a tame rule. I honestly forget what it does. I wonder if it's in the tutorial. Same turns over cards that have the same values on 2 or more sides. 4 and 1 are adjacent to top and left sides. This turns over the top and left cards. Oh, if you have the same of 2 or more. Okay. Okay, fine. I'll play cards with you. Bum bottom 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 bottom. Bum 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 bum. Dun 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 bum bum. Okay, we're gonna deploy this one. Oh, I think I've actually just won. Draw! That's good enough for me. Wait, hold on. That was 9 cards and I had 5. That's not a draw. It's a 3x3 grid. Disgusting. Yes, we need to see the headmaster. I'm done crying. I mean, yeah, we didn't lose. We definitely didn't lose. Bum 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 bum. So we've just had the shocking revelation that Headmaster Sid is married to the sorceress Adia, current ruler of Galbadia. First, a report. Or not. The real meaning of Seed. The elite mercenary force of Balam Garden. It will defeat the sorceress. About Sorceress Edea. She has been a sorceress since childhood. He married her knowing that. What an absolute Chad. Will let nothing stop in the way, will let nothing in the way of love. Fantastic. How romantic. About Master Norg. He is from the Shumi tribe. The Shumi tribe are, basically, they're very reclusive. So basically the only Shumi that we actually see outside of their village is Norg. Ba, 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 ba. They needed enormous amounts of funds, so they needed to send SeeDs on mercenary missions. Bam, bam, bam. About what to do next. We gotta stop drifting around. Oh, it's time. It's finally time. It's finally time, mortals. Now that we've beaten Norg, there's one place to go. What's this? What's this? Oh, a link? I will click it. As it is my wont to do such things. Ba, 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 ba. Why this, though? Okay, but why this, though? That's not... I mean, it's not accurate at all, but okay. Thank you. So stupid and silly. But thank you, genuinely. Ba, 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 ba. Ba-da-da, ba-da. Oh, we went and saw Sid. Oh, here it is. It's Zoo. Ba, ba, ba. Is it the infirmary? There's a ship approaching. Oh, right, before Fisherman's Horizon, this needs to happen. Alright, it's time for you guys to learn about the White Seed. And alone. Wait, the what? The White Seed? The White Seed, yeah. What phrasing? It's the White Seed, look! They're right there, the White Seed. They came on a ship. The White Seed have come. They're SeeDs. It's Edea's ship. They're Sorceress Edea's SeeDs. Mm-hmm. Yep, that's the White Seed ship. They come in peace. He's here. He's come to greet the White SeeDs. They've come for a loan. The girl who was in Windhill in the flashback. The Laguna flashback. Alright, now we have to go bring a loan to the White Seeds. She was with Laguna! Oh right, Renoa, you've never been to the dream world. So you don't know. It's a hunt now, mortals. The hunt for a loan. Luckily, I know exactly where she is, so we can go straight there. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-na-na, ba-da-ba, wa-da-na, da-da-da, da-da-da. She is, of course, in the library, like a nerd. Also, I've always thought this fashion choice of hers is very weird. She's wearing, like, she's got these, like, this wrap, this scarf wrapped around her arms that, like, trails behind her. It's very weird. But maybe cool. She's the Alone, but she's much older than the Alone in the dream world. What is it that we experience? Squall wants to know. Almost as if time had passed. Exactly. It's about the past. So we were viewing the past. Yep, yep, yep. People say you can't change the past. But even still, if there's a possibility, it's worth a try, right? She's the one that's taking them to the dream world. Oh, he's mad. Farewell, KMO Potato. Nice meeting you too. He's literally staggering back. He just can't deal. Everybody wants Squall to do things at all times. Like from the minute the game starts, everyone is like, Squall, do this. Squall, do that. Squall, we're counting on you, Squall. Squall, what are you going to do about this situation, Squall? He's just collapsing under it all. What Alone said under her breath was, "You're my only hope. Help me, Squall Kenobi. You're my only hope." Why do people depend on each other? In the end, you're on your own. See, this is why, like, the reason Squall reacts so violently to, like, being depended on all the time, is because he doesn't want, like, his whole thing is he doesn't want to depend on anyone. He doesn't want to depend on anyone. He has, like trust issues, abandonment issues, whatever you want to call it, but his whole thing is he closes himself off emotionally from people because he doesn't want to rely on anyone, because he can't trust that they'll be there for him. So he can't understand why people keep relying on him. Now Alone is setting sail on the White Seed ship. There it goes! Farewell, White Seeds. We'll meet again in the next disc. He has all the skills he needs to survive. He's not a child anymore. That's a lie. He doesn't know anything. He's confused. everyone is like, oh, Squall, he's such an uninteresting character, when I'm here like, yes, feed me this deep emotional turmoil, I love it. Look, it's Kid Squall. It's tiny Kid Squall. Look. He's all alone. He misses his sister. Where could she be now? Hey, Renault. Welcome, welcome, Hyper Extreme 15. Welcome, welcome. Oh, he was talking in his sleep. How cute. Let's go for another walk. See, there's so much Renoa content if you take her with you to the garden. You really, you just gotta do it. You shouldn't put her on the missile-based team. It would be my honor to have your company, Your Highness, in hopes that I may get your mind off things. Oh boy. People don't like Renoa. There are people who don't like Renoa. I like Renoa a lot. I think she's great. She's not my favorite FFVIII girl, but I appreciate her greatly. And I think that her dynamic with Squall is very cute. It's weird because people went crazy over Aerith, right? But like, they are very similar character archetypes. Da, da, da. He's back on the air. Whoa! Oh no, it's about to happen. I don't usually do like voices this time, but I kind of want to try it for this scene. Boy, it's a slow day. Come on, give me a big one. There's your big one. There it is. Oh, he's still holding out hope for the fish. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Run, run, run. Squall, this is the headmaster speaking. We gotta go. Oh, mortals. We've arrived at one of the most enchanting vistas in Final Fantasy history. Fisherman's Horizon. Find the local mayor and apologize for this accident. Off we go. Oh, I'm just so excited for you guys to hear this OST. It's some of Uematsu's best work. I like how they cut off all of the the Balam Garden's usual BGM for this. It's so good. Here we go. Oh hey, what's up, kid? Don't open the door that says do not open, kid. Come on, basic common sense. I understand the temptation though. Here we go. Do not engage in any type of armed conflict in the city. And here it is. Ba 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 da 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 ba da 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 ba da 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 ba 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 ba. Oh, it's Fisherman's Horizon, mortals. It's Ami, the track Ami. We're headed to the mayor's place. Yep, that's Balam Garden. It's from the patterns on the wall. They painted it a long time ago. Yeah, Fisherman's Horizon, they were involved in the... people from there were involved in the construction process. Well, more like a remodeling. The garden existed before, you know, Seed did. But it wasn't called the garden then. There's honestly not much we know about them gardens. They're ancient structures. Oh, that zoom shot. You gotta keep up with your maintenance, mortals. Whether it's a piece of machinery or your life, you gotta keep it well maintained. Da-da. I just love the backgrounds in this game so much. They're just so beautiful. Bum, 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 bum. Esther? Yep, they're connected by land to Esther beyond the train tracks. But there's no train, so you gotta walk there. That'll come. That's not relevant at the moment, but it will become relevant. So keep that piece of information in your brains. Bum 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 bum. Bum ba-da-dum ba-dum. Oh, rest well, Yvelon. Rest well. I hope you have a good sleep. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. I heard that you guys are like mercenaries and basically fight anybody for money. Oh. He doesn't like mercenaries. Alas. I love how Squall hears somebody who talks like he does, and he's like, that doesn't sound very nice. That's the mayor's house in that direction, but we're not going to go there. First, we're going to draw some regen. And save. Bum, 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 bum. Fisherman's Horizon is just such a good location. The music, the backgrounds, it's just so good. The random drunkard NPC. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Oh. Just a while ago, Balam Garden crashed into our port, but luckily there was no major damage. Comments, anyone? They have their own, like, web chat or something like that. Yeah, we should stay at the inn. It's only polite. I am reckless with my spending. I am very reckless with my spending. Ooh, there's a magazine there though. It's an old issue of Timber Maniacs. I love how each different, like every inn room is different. Even Balam, like the sleepy seaside town of Balam, has a fancy hotel. Fisherman's Horizon has a triple bunk, which is awesome. I've never seen a triple bunk in person. It's gotta be crazy to sleep in one of those. If you're in the middle bunk, you've got somebody on top of you and below you. It's wild. Ba, 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 ba. The middle bunk sounds hard to get to. Yeah, because you can't just kind of go over the top or just slide in from the ground floor. You gotta kind of haul yourself up, I imagine. It's probably a bit difficult. Bum, bum, bum. It's a Moomba from Shumi Village. It's a grease monkey. What do you want me to repair? Your head, your personality? I'll give you a great deal. That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild to say to a customer. Let me just remodel your whole personality, mortals. Let me shape you into the perfect viewer that I know you can be. Just using hypnotherapy to like alter your personality or something. There's the cats. Great weather, huh? Play me and I'll reset all card rules in Fisherman's Horizon. Okay, you know what? Sure, kid. I'll take you on. I'll take you on. Hypnotism doesn't work on vampires? That is a good defense. That is a good defense. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, slam dunk. I'll deploy this then. They'll take... Oh, ho ho! Have we a shot? Even a jot? The best defense is a good offense. I'm placing that. Aha! Now that you do that, it's my win. I will take that Cactuar card if you don't mind. I mean, I'd never hypnotize you guys anyway, so it doesn't really matter if it'd work. I don't actually know how. It's not like you need training to be like a hypnotherapist or something like that, I'm pretty sure. You can't just go, "You will stare into my eyes as I sway my head back and forth, and you're getting very sleepy. You're getting very sleepy. I'm gonna count down from 10, and as I count down, you're going to get sleepier and sleepier." Hypnotism is difficult. You can't hypnotize anyone that doesn't want to be hypnotized either. Yep. And if you've got somebody under hypnosis, you still can't make them do something they don't want to do, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we got it. We got it. We got Angelo Strike. Fantastic. This doesn't work. Yeah, I told you. I can't just be like, Ooh, you're getting very sleepy. When I clap my hands, you will wake up. Yeah, that kind of thing. I actually have a memory of like playing pretend hypnosis, like a vague memory of playing pretend hypnosis as a kid. This is like a cat shelter or a secret base. I've honestly never been hypnotized either. I don't think it would work on me. Because even if I'm like, oh yeah, sure, I'll be hypnotized, I feel like some part of me will be like, no, let's not do this. And it ends up not happening. Still, it's a very hypnosis is a very cool thematic element. So now that we have Angelo's Strike, I'm very hyped to use it. Because it is a very, 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 very good limit break. Everybody goes crazy about Angelo Cannon, but Angelo's Strike is the real deal. Even if it could work in theory, I don't trust people to let it work, to be at the mercy of another. No thank you. My thoughts exactly. My thoughts exactly. I don't trust anybody enough. I don't trust anybody enough to let them have control over me like that with hypnosis. I hope Angelo's Strike is like a golf swing. Oh no, it's way better. It's way better. Oh. Also, this is Martine. He's the head of Galbadia Garden, but he's been banished. Martine had a hard life. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go speak to the mayor. Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to like put like. I mean, I feel like it's like akin to putting your life in someone else's hands. I don't know what it's like to trust somebody that much. Ba, 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 ba. It's the mayor of Fisherman's Horizon, and he is very cool. Mayor Dobe. They can put in any kind of suggestions. Mortals can be terrifying. I agree. I completely agree. Lady Karen Gale. Yep. People are capable of terrifying things. Terrible, but great. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum. They're all pacifists. Violence breeds violence, but in the end it has to be this way. So now we're going back to the garden. So now we have to go back and get Sid's permission to see if we can let outsiders into the garden to fix it up. What do you expect me to say, Renoa? What do you expect me to say? Yeah, I didn't. Correct. I didn't say anything. How do I leave? You can't expect everyone to welcome you. Correct. Sometimes people don't like you. Oh no. Oh no, it's Galbadia. They're already here. It's about to pop off. Oh, he's going to go try and reason with them. That's not going to work. He's dead. I mean, everybody has their own personal reason. People have their own inherent biases that control what they think of other people. Ultimately, it's very hard to understand the full completeness of what goes on in someone else's head. We can always try to understand each other. But you gotta accept your differences as people. At least that's what I think. By the same token, it's also okay to not like everybody. Sometimes there are people you just don't click with. And that should be fine in and of itself. Okay, we're going to cure our squall. Oh, I know! I am really hoping for Rinoa's limit break in this fight. Chain gun. Dang it. Okay, hold on. Item Phoenix down. Rinoa. Shot. Fire! Personality clashes aren't wrong, they're just a part of us, I totally agree with that. Yep. You can't try, that's another important thing, you can't please everybody. I need to clear these guys out a little. Oh, I escaped by accident. Okay, we're going back to the drawing board on that one. It's fine. But yeah, you can't please everyone. I think this applies to... I think this is like the inherent understanding of this is important, not just to like social relationships, but also just to art in general. Because whenever someone creates an artistic work, they put a piece of themselves in it. I feel like. So just like there's differences between people, there's differences between art. So only the most milquetoast art that doesn't have like people putting like their soul into it is for everybody. Different things will resonate with different people. I want to show off the ability of Rinoa. I want to show it off. It's gotta happen. I've got to show off this limit break. I mean, I think there can be like an objective quality to like drawn art, but I usually only apply that to my own work, my own quote-unquote work. I think even if something doesn't conform to like typical like artistic standards, even if it's quote-unquote bad, it's still good if they put their soul into it. Protect on Rinoa to keep her alive at low HP. I need her to take another hit. It's gonna happen. Oof. Oh no. Phoenix down, Renoa. Why always with this? I mean, if someone could just throw a can of paint at a canvas, call it art, and sell it for millions, so it's always about the beauty being in the eye of the beholder. This is true, but also, like that's true. Okay, this isn't working. I'm deliberately trying to get Renoa to take damage, in order to showcase her limit. So we're gonna go back. We're gonna full heal Irvine, but not Renoa. Phoenix down, Renoa. Phoenix down, Irvine. That'll work out. But the whole reason that can happen is just because of the fraud that is the fine arts market, in which it's just about the money. I do think that you can make something beautiful by just throwing a can of paint at a canvas, though. Come on, fight me. I just need one good shot. Don't attack her. No! Why? Life, Renoa. Squall, attack. I am going to engineer this limit break if it's the last thing I do. He's doing it again. Please be asleep. No. No. Squall's dead. It's so hard when I'm deliberately trying to get Renoa injured. Dang it. But yeah, beauty is very much in the eye of the beholder, though. Let's do the classic Final Fantasy trick. Running in a circle. If this doesn't do it, nothing will. So our objective is to get a seed with multiple... Okay, no, this should hopefully work. Okay, Renoa has already started out by taking damage. Irvine, I need you to attack Renoa. Nope. It'll be a Phoenix down situation. Sleep. Please work. Okay, this is promising. Nope, it's not promising at all. Berserk, blind, blind it, blind it. Status, why won't you? Okay, I guess I've got to scan this thing. I just genuinely really want to show you guys Renoa's limit break. Stop it! They've definitely tweaked with the enemy AI to make it do that. This mod... Scan. What's it immune to? I want it blinded or weak against lightning and bubbles. Yep. Nothing about immunities. I should just keep casting status magic on it then. Come on! Ba-da-da. Stop missing! Sleep. See, all this dramatic camera angles, it's gonna miss. Okay. Try it again. If I could just do it at the start of a fight, this shouldn't be so hard. See, because Ragnarok has made the game more difficult, it's much harder to keep your characters alive at low HP. Especially with these enemies. Which means it's harder to successfully get off limit breaks when you're operating on the edge. Okay. Come on, come on. She will almost certainly die. So we will do this. Phoenix down on Manoa. Cura also on Manoa. We'll just treat this as a regular enemy situation and just kill them. We'll just fight like normal. Okay, you stop that. No, don't do it! Combine. No! Stop it! Okay, so they turn the regular encounters here into things that will absolutely completely wreck my whole team. Okay. New tack. Yep. I know what I've got to do. It's got to be the multiple enemy seed. And then I've got to face them with a full power party and just kill them. Hopefully using Squall Sleep Strikes as part of that. If it's the single one, we just want to kill it. It's the single one here, so we just want to kill it. Just for the EXP. Which is pretty unusual for FF8, but it is what it is. I have seen that Gatling gun so many times, I'm sick of it. Cast Protect Renoa. This thing is sitting on Protect. We can grind it for Protect. That is something to keep in mind. Lazara. Missed. Die already, die! You have no reason to live. Combine. Oh, it's only going to be cannon though. Still, that means I've got a combine set up. No, no, no. Okay, he's casting on himself. Great. Okay. Combine. It's another cannon, damn it. Renoa's not bleeding enough. She's just using the cannon. Where's the strike? Oh, Irvine has been got. Renoa, you're like the crisis level, a certain element of the crisis level is random. Here it is! Watch this, watch this, watch this, watch this! Watch this move! The dog suplex! It's real. It's real. This is the move. Everybody flips out. Everybody flips out when they find out about Angelo Cannon. Nobody is talking about Angelo Strike, in which a dog performs a suplex. Such is the disparity. Okay, now that it's happened on stream, we can just go fight the boss. And die to that. This will probably be the last fight of the stream, this boss fight. We have been going for 4 hours already. We're making good progress through Disc 2. Okay, so we're going after him first. Not the snipe laser. Oof. Not the chain gun. Renzoku-ken. I'm playing a dangerous game. It's not gonna work. Or is it? Or is it? It's not. Run! No! This like these guys are literally the worst. I did at least show you the thing, so I'm just gonna run from them. We're gonna fight a boss, and hopefully not die to it. And that'll be the stream. Okay. Oh, hold on, regular enemies. Let's actually kill these guys. They can't possibly have anything up their sleeves. They're wimps. Alright, that one's asleep. Cast Thundara on it. For Irvine's neutral special, he wields a gun. Ba 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 da. All right. Let's go. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 bing. Oh right, the mayor was going to go talk to them. What are they talking about? A loan, eh? They're on the hunt for a loan. So now they gotta torch the city. Yeah, so how's that pacifism working out for you? Yeah, sorry Skull, we can't exactly stay and listen. We gotta go help. We're SeeDs. Okay, kill the chumps first. Start the hasting. Again, I really gotta replenish my supply of hastes. I wonder if there's another place like that one Delling City shop they added that just had a bunch of items you can turn into, you can modify into spells. I'm gonna cast Pain. It gives every status effect. And now that other one's asleep, while one of them is blinded and poisoned. We want that Chi soldier. And that one's asleep as well. We're going to cast Cura on Irvine. Irvine's going to cast Haste on Renoa. And then we're going to target the one in the back. Kill him. This is textbook, mortals. It's textbook. We're literally reading the textbook. The good old-fashioned Sleeping Sword. Okay, Sleeping Sword is actually a really cool name. I'm stealing that. Thundara. The Sleeping Sword would be the Sleepy Princess Knight's cool nickname. I mean, it's definitely a cool nickname. Alright, now for the actual fight. That was just the preamble. Behold the Ironclad, our great enemy. Here comes their latest invention. Let's play defensively. I'm not sure how much of an option we're gonna have for that, Irvine. Yeah, no, we definitely we need to start erecting barriers. protects and whatnots. Starting with Renoa because she is the squishiest. See? I told you. Okay, now we haste on Squall. We're just gonna start laying down protects. Oh, it also has the chain gun. Haste Renoa. Cura Renoa. I'm relying on an awful lot of factors here. Yes, it actually attacked her. Fantastic. Angela Rush, counter. The dog counter. Cure on Irvine. No, don't use explosion! Well, Awakening Moon's not gonna work. Unless it also revives. No, it doesn't. It only heals. Yep. We're dead. Wait, no, hold on. Renoa has full life. So if we... Why is this thing so fast? Are we meant to slow it? Like, does it come with haste? Pre-built? No, no beam cannons. Combine. Awakening Moon! I need to get a protect up on Squall right now. Angelo is a good boy. Welcome, welcome, Yushikun. Welcome, welcome. Angela's a girl, actually. But definitely a good girl. Angela's definitely a good girl. Who's a good girl? Angelo is. Okay. So now we get that protect up. We're gonna full life Irvine. I'm actually recovering, I can't believe it. Okay, now Squall, I need you to lay down a protect on Irvine. He's such a good boy, he doesn't mind getting launched out directly at an enemy. I mean, she doesn't mind because she is just like, you know... Oh no, 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 stop using this move! Combine, Angelo, please be Awakening Moon. No, it's the cannon, oh no. Haste, Irvine, haste yourself now. Haste yourself now! Oh, I should have used Cura, actually. Hey, it's that move I was talking about, Lamo. Oh yeah, Angelo Cannon, yep. Cura. Renoa. Squall has pitiful magic though, so this won't be very powerful. Haste on Renoa. Squall will deploy a protect while Renoa cures. Cure Squall. We are really playing defensively here, like big time defense. I haven't actually landed an attack on it in a million years. Okay, we've got the haste and protects up. Now we can start actually attacking it. How's the difficulty been, by the way? Hard! It's been hard. Quite satisfyingly so, but also a bit frustratingly so at the same time. It's definitely not as perfect to my senses as New Threat was. But compared to base FFVIII, it's not bad. Out of control after being destroyed at the missile base. Weak against lightning. Oh, I'm totally gonna Thundara it. It had 31,000, oh boy. Also, oh, I should cast Break. Renoa, cast Break. What are you doing? What was that? What happened? Break. Only 612, come on. I mowed more than that. Thundara then. Thundara! Come on! Okay, that's better. Ah, I missed. Squall's protect wore off. Squall! Irvine. What shells do you have for Irvine? We've got normal, fast, armor piercing, fire, dark, shotgun. You know, all the standards. Oh, now, oh, hold on, it's casting Mighty Guard, but not on but not on itself, on us. Nice. It just used the Mega Potion on us. How strange and mysterious. When we fought it at the missile base, it was using Mighty Guard on itself. Alright, Irvine, haste up. Bum, bum, bum. I think it's become ineffectual after the initial onslaught. I wonder why it's doing that. Oh, I know why it's doing that. I have my hunch. Let's try and hit it with pain just to see. Wow, no status effect. Okay. Squall had a shell from the Mighty Guard. Haste on Renoa. Thundara. Yeah, so it seems like you know, the description said it can only fight for a short time. I think it gets nerfed over time in the actual battle. So we just have to mop it up. It can't shoot its gun or beam cannon properly anymore. We gotta be close. Oh, it just healed us, how nice. Attack. Attack. Thundara. Eat lightning! Eat it! What a pathetic beam cannon. Ba, ba, ba. It only has like 30,000. I should be fairly close to its end. I'm doing like close to like definitely over 1,000 a turn. Ba, 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 ba. That's it. Nope, it's not. Okay, I'm genuinely curious. How much does this one have left? Where's my scans? Only 1,380. Easy. Easy pickings. 2 attacks is gonna finish that off. Kaboom! A triumphant victory, models. Running fire. Siren Land treatment. Fantastic. Oh! It fell into the ocean! And who's that climbing up? They were inside it, that's right, that's why it cast Mighty Guard on us and used Mega Potions. These 3 were inside the machine. That's how they survived the missile base blowing up. Yes, they're alright. Oh, this is why I love Squall. Anybody who calls him emo is like, no, you don't, listen. Look how happy it is look how happy he is that his friends are alive. The garden is safe. Mission success. The 6 are finally reunited. Yay. Ba 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 da da. May Adobe. Hello, optional Renoa conversation, shall we? Friends, huh? Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. She's teasing him. I genuinely do think these 2 make a cute couple. I think the world needs both people like you and people like us. I love Squall so much, he's so cool and so good. He says so many good things in this game. And a lot of them are optional, like just then. We didn't need to do that. Okay, but we're gonna save and end the stream. Three regens, it'll do. It'll do. So that's Fisherman's Horizon. I just listen. I just really love this game. It's my favorite Final Fantasy, and I just love it a whole lot. Thank you for watching me go through it. Alright, I'm gonna pop us onto the whatchamacallit screen. The chatting screen. And we're just gonna hang while I find a raid target for us. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hup and hup. Big in beginning. So that was a pretty sizable thrust of Disc 2. The whole return to Balam Garden. So now last stream we did Selfie's team. This stream we did all of Squall's team. Now next stream we'll be exploring Fisherman's Horizon, and we will deal with the Battle of the Bands, which actually isn't a battle. It's just one band. There's just one band. But I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to that a whole lot. We get to pick the band members and which instrument everybody's playing. It's really great. And also, it has basically we're gonna get to play as Irvine for a bit and explore Fisherman's Horizon. It's gonna be really great. Bwa bwa da ba bwa. Bwa da 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 da. So, raid targets. Let's see who is online. Who do I follow? It's online. Oh ho ho! What's this? What's this? Clavia's online. Clavia's never online when I finish streaming. Let's raid Clavia. Da 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 da. Where's the raid message? Thingamajig. Hum. Bum 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 bum. Raid a channel. Start a raid. It does seem to be spooky stuff, so I'm not sure how long I'll be able to stick around. but Clavia's great. So now let's see. Raid message. Mortals, if you are the kind of viewer that likes to use a raid message, this is the one to use. It's a fragment of my technique. So let me thank you properly for accompanying me on this wonderful journey through this game I really love. Thank you all so much for watching. You are all wonderful people, wonderful mortals, and I hope you have a good rest of your day, or simply just a good rest. Now, I shall send you through the portal to realms unknown. Commence the unlimited Omega Reverse Umbral Shining Royal Majestic Incandescent Infernal Draconic Demonic Meteor Hellfire Raid. Farewell.